Mic check. Mic check. Okay. This is good. Hey, AV, I made a quick mistake. I told you guys that we were going to make some solid glass spheres. That is my mistake. We are going to be creating buoys for the first half a day, a glass representation of a buoy. So solid, so giant. Sunday at 2 p.m., a lecture by our visiting artist, Rhodes, 2 p.m. big boy pipe. Oh man, it's gonna be big. Welcome to the museum, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I want to give everyone a few minutes before I introduce our visiting artists this evening, but I do want to give a heads up. We're like a production line, so we begin on one end of the museum, but the action will conclude in the center. We're just going to begin the first few gathers of glass down on our left-hand side. But our visiting artist is closely standing by. He's saving his energy for the more critical parts of today's demonstration. But our visiting artist, Rhodes, has earned a Bachelor's of Art from the Center College in Danville, Kentucky, and a MFA from the Tyler School of Art in Temple University. Now, back in 2005, he began the glass program at the University of Illinois in the Allen Art Institute. And he is now the main professor for that school. Now, here at the Museum of Glass, he's going to be exploring both the positive and negative effects. This is his first residency here at the Museum of Glass. We've granted him 5 days with our professional hot shop crew. It is up to him to decide what ideas he wants to experiment and explore. With that said, we have two main ideas that we're going to be exploring, both glass spinning tops and also these solid glass spheres. Now, encased in these glass solid spheres, we will have another mass of glass on the inside that will hopefully break, crack, and explode. But all of this will be captured inside of a larger mass of glass. We're just going to view and see how our hot shop crew approaches this idea, since we are working with glass that's going to break and crack. The inner part of our sculptures are sitting right on your table on your left-hand side of the studio. When we're ready, we're going to choose one of these out and then stick it inside the glass. Now that we know a basic understanding of what's going to be happen, let's learn about what's going on here in our hot shop. If you have any questions, my name is David, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and information of this process. We begin with our crew on the left-hand side. Now, Gabe has already gathered, I would say maybe 2 layers of molten glass, or maybe one giant layer. All the glass that's being started here is coming out of our furnace. So this oven on your left-hand side of the studio. We have approximately 1,000 pounds of molten material sitting about the same temperature as molten lava, so about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, this furnace will be left on all year round, so it never takes any form of breaks or vacations or weekends. That furnace will be on for about 10 years before we do any maintenance. So each team member has one side of our sphere. However, Manny in the center here, he has the rod, the giant rod, where all our mass will be kept on. You'll notice that the rod that Gabe has is slightly smaller. So this will be the rod that everything is built upon. And it may look like Che may choose out the sphere that he chooses fit that will enter our mass of glass. I do want to give you a heads up what the team has communicated with me. We're thinking about maybe 2 more dips or gathers inside of our furnace before we have enough mass of glass to coat our sphere of glass. So Manny will repeat this process of gathering one additional time. Now, the way that we describe something here in the studio can be by the amount of dips or gathers that we take. If we take 1 gather of glass, we can produce a small cup, maybe a creamer cup or a shot glass. Maybe 2 gathers of glass can give us cups, and then a third gather can give us more like vessels. Now, today we're not working with a blowpipe. Everything is solid. If we were to work with a blowpipe, we can then introduce an air bubble into our clear mass of glass. But for today's demonstration, we are not going to be adding air. For that reason, I always like to mention that the term glass blowing is very misleading. That's the term that's stuck with our medium, but it's not really accurate all the time like it is today. A better term would be glass making, of course, but it just happened to be that the term glass blowing is what really stuck with our medium. You can see that our visiting artist is using a wooden block. We use wood to ensure that our mass of glass is even and symmetrical. This will ensure that we can maintain control of our mass of glass, but it will also increase the surface area of our mass so we can gather more glass. The more spherical our mass is, the more glass we can gather, but also we can maintain control of that hot layer that's added. As our mass gets larger and larger, we always have a larger wooden block to accommodate its size. Our wooden blocks are made out of fruit wood. Anytime you see wood being used in the studio, just assume it's some form of fruit wood, which has more moisture, will last longer, and even when it's burnt, it's gonna smell like a barbecue here in our studio, which is always a nice, pleasant smell. You can't get mad about that smell. Oh, look at that gather. Gabe took another one on our left-hand side of our studio. This is a lot of massive glass that we are going to be working with here today. And this is a lot of glass, everyone. Now, usually when we gather glass, the rod builds up a lot of heat. We can see that our teammate on our right-hand side is using a pipe cooler. It's just cold water that we place on the rod. It allows us to maintain control of that mass. Now, if you take a close inspection, notice the rod that it begins to discolor. Towards the tip, it becomes a dull gray, black, and red. A dull black and gray. So this is going to be awesome. I love this demonstration already. So our massive glass, by the way, it's been polished. So we removed the mark that's left over from the glass blowing process. But we're going to pass this around so we can all feel the massive glass that we're going to be encasing. And this was made here at the museum earlier on Wednesday. And we'll just make sure to get it passed back to the center of the studio. So, you know, when we have visiting artists here at the museum, this year we're going to be hosting approximately 40 visiting artists. Each of these artists has a unique idea and really wants to experiment with the material itself. So just because you see this form of demonstration tomorrow or today, if you join us next week or the following week, you may see something completely different. And that's how we roll and operate here at the Museum of Glass. We're always doing something unique and different using our medium of glass. We're not here to sell you glass. However, if you do purchase them, it all goes back and funds the Museum of Glass for the next year. With that said, our visiting artists, this is just the third day of a 5-day residency here at the Museum of Glass. So the exploration is really at its height right now. But our visiting artists will be giving a lecture this coming Sunday at 2 p.m., where we will learn really about the artwork that was explored here at the Museum of Glass. Now, if you can't join us in person, you can always join us online and through the web, through our YouTube channel and also website. There you can see the action and also, of course, our visiting artist lecture at 2 p.m. this coming Sunday. So as this mass gets larger and larger, what our glass makers will do is they're going to take their left hand and they're going to slide it closer to the mass of glass. This is going to act as a fulcrum. The fulcrum is the balancing point of a teeter-totter or a seesaw. Now, we can slide that hand closer, but that rod will get hotter and hotter. We're seeing the discoloration of the steel rod. We're using stainless steel, which is a poor conductor of heat. But notice that towards that tip, it's becoming dull black and gray. We don't place our hand on the discoloration that you see, unless we want to go home early with a severe burn. And if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name. I love questions, so at any time in the demonstration, you let me know. Now, we're not working with any colored glass here today. We're only working with specifically clear. Both our furnaces hold only clear glass. Now, if we wish to use colored glass, well, we have some color bar down here. Color is made by just adding different metals of the periodic table of elements. And this is the sphere that I passed around, is that correct? Okay. Yes. Are all these equipment one furnace, or are they similar? Well, let's really dive deep into what they are. So we have multiple furnaces. Ooh, look, Jay's going for another giant gather of molten glass. So that furnace holds about 1,000 pounds of molten material. It's similar to the furnace you see on the right. We just alternate to ensure we have good quality glass and that they don't go empty. That's a giant mass of glass. Our piece, by the end of it, I'm sure will weigh well over 30 pounds of molten glass. Just visually seeing how much glass we have now. Our chambers in the center, they're used to reheat the glass and add more heat to it, make it more malleable. These are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so they're slightly hotter than the furnaces you see on the ends. So we can feel a little bit of that heat. And the chambers that you see in the center on the far left are nearly identical. The one in the center is just a lot larger. These are turned off at night to save energy. So unlike the furnaces, these are turned off at 5 o'clock. Now, this is one of my favorite shaping tools of the glass industry. That's just some folded up Wall Street Journal newspaper right there. Nothing special about that, but except that it is a great shaping tool to be used in our hot shop studio. So this process of rolling back and forth on the steel table is referred to as marvering. So our visiting artist is marvering the mass of glass. Now you'll notice all around the hot shop floor, we use these steel tables and we have them laying around. They are great to draw out heat from the glass and also to create the good contours that we're looking for. If you're joining us, we are creating a solid glass sphere that's going to be trapped within another glass sphere. We're going to attach the inner sphere cold so that way it can break and crack inside and it'll all be trapped. Once again, we are just here to explore using our medium of glass. Essentially here to ignite and create and fuel creativity using glass as the medium. Now, we are using wooden paddles. Once again, they're made out of fruit wood. In this case, we are using them to shield our visiting artists from all the radiating heat coming from that glass. Again, it's well over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, essentially, the shape that we're going for here is half of a sphere. When we smash both masses of glass together, they should create a sphere just like the one that we see on our floor. Now, right now, the team is creating a constriction or a break-off point. We do this now in the process because there's so much heat inside of our massive glass that it's a good time to create what will be the break-off point. So if you're wondering how our massive glass will be broken off, well, we can pay attention to that constriction. And once again, there's still a lot more shaping to be done, but we're just thinking ahead of the process. And look at that transition, how smooth. So I do have to point out that glass making is made for right-handed people. Now, our visiting artist is not right-handed, he's left-handed. You'll notice the way that he enters the bench and the way he enters the glory hole reheating chamber. It's very smooth. But one thing I was always told as a glassmaker is if you're left-handed, you just need to learn to work with your right hand because glass blowing is all right-handed dominant. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions about what's going on here today? And if you're joining us, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the Museum of Glass. This is just the first piece of the morning's demonstration. Usually the team warms up with something small, scale. They're just diving right into the deep end here today. Yes, what's up, my man? How did we make the furnaces so hot? So our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas. That's what we are burning here. Now, I have no idea how much we spend on gas. I know I want to own a studio like this one day, and if I know that number right now, it's going to break my heart. I'm never going to want to be a glassmaker, so I just don't ask. But I do know our fuel source is natural gas. Molten glass is made out of what? Well, my t-shirt. Well, it begins with silica sand, the purest form of sand. We then add a flux and a stabilizer, which can vary, but usually silica sand, soda ash, and lime is the main ingredients in glass. Now, the glass that we are using here today is not your average glass. It's not Coca-Cola glass, not mass-produced glass. This glass is coming to us from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, where there is a rich history in glass making. Our glass, its starting point is in a quartz mountain. So they're mining a quartz mountain for our basic ingredient. Now, we don't know exactly what else they're adding to our glass. It is a top secret formula that only the manufacturer knows. But whatever they are adding, they're ensuring that our glass has a longer molten state and it absorbs more heat at a faster rate. If we were to work with Coca-Cola glass here, we could use it, but most of the demonstration would be spent just reheating it up. So right now our team is communicating about the heat that's necessary. Again, what you see in front of you, we just began exploring on Wednesday. We haven't figured everything out. We can't Google the information. It just has to come from the experience of our hot shop team and visiting artists. For that reason, each one we're learning something different. And this time around, we've decided to, instead of using the heat to encapsulate the inner core, we're just going to use a lot more muscle. So the glass is going to be a lot colder than the past times we have done this. And it's all just a learning curve. We pick the techniques that we like and the techniques that are not working so well. Well, we won't repeat those techniques, of course. Icy cold, I like that term. So the longer time we spend out here, the colder our massive glass is getting. The ambient temperature is drawing heat away from the glass. We use a glory hole or a reheating chamber It's approximately 2,300 degrees to introduce more heat into our mass and make it more malleable. Most of our teammates that we see on the hot shop floor have over 20 years of professional glassmaking experience. We know that our visiting artist is a lead professor holding a MFA and a BFA. And we'll learn a lot more about our visiting artist, and we can even show you some of his previous artwork on our big screen throughout the demonstration. I know we're just getting closer to fusing our masses of glass together, so we are going to stand by with that. And another thing that I do want to talk about is that our visiting artist is going to be teaching a class at the renowned Pilchuck Glass School in a few weeks. So after he's on tour right now, by the way. So after this, he's headed out to Stanwood, Washington, about 2 hours north from here. 3 weeks. Oh man, that's going to be a long session too. So he's going to be going out again. He's essentially traveling. He's going to be teaching a class at the renowned glass school, Pilchuck Glass School, here in a few weeks. Now, Jay Rhodes does hold a Bachelor's of Art from the Centre College in Danville, Kentucky, and then earned an MFA from the Tyler School of Art from Temple University. Back in 2005, he began the glass program for the Louisville Allen Art Institute, which he is now head professor of. He is also a former board member of the Glass Art Society. Now, you're more than welcome to roam around the museum. The top balcony is always a fantastic place to view what's going on. It's my favorite place to hang out here in the hot shop floor. So the way that we're going to make what's up, Zacabella? So the inner sphere that we're going to be attaching here, it's room temperature. Now, typically we would preheat this mass to ensure that it doesn't break or crack, but in this case, it's exactly what we want. For that reason, Che has chosen out one of the spheres that we see on our tables. Does everyone notice the hierarchy going on here in our studio? Can we give the team a round of applause? Did an amazing job. Again, we can't Google this information, everyone. This is all coming from experience from our Hot Shop team and visiting artists. This is the third day of a 5-day residency, and we have been exploring this idea. We're just trying to figure out what's the best way to approach this idea. We still need to go back, clean up the shape some more before it's put away. Notice, by the way, we're waiting for that massive inner glass to really begin to explode here. Now, notice we're using a torch, a propane torch about 2,500 degrees. Notice the area that we are torching. We are torching what is essentially where the rod and the glass meet. That is because the rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass. If this piece is going to break and crack, it's going to begin where the rod and glass meet. We refer to that as the moil. In this case, our visiting artist is taking a deep heat, ensuring that the moil absorbs enough heat. Now, marvering, I think, is a really difficult technique to do. And we can tell that our visiting artist is well experienced because he can turn both ways. When you first begin, you're like a typewriter. You can only marver one way. The difficult part is coming back towards you. But that's very smooth there. And again, I have to point out, our visiting artist is left-handed. Glass blowing is right-handed dominant. If you're left-handed, you just have to learn how to work right-handed because glass blowing is set up that way. Now, mass holds heat, so this massive glass is retaining a lot of its heat. For that reason, we're not in a rush to set it back inside of the chamber where it's about 2,300 degrees. So far, only the outside of our sphere has cracked, create hairline fractures. We're hoping as the demonstration progresses, maybe even on the next piece, to get more of an explosion on the inside. Again, we're still figuring out this process and technique, trying to figure out what's the best way to approach this idea. Gabe, how much is the weight? So one of our teammates said that this piece weighs about 60 pounds. So we have about 60 pounds of solid glass on the end of that rod. Now, luckily, we've already created the weak spot, the place that our sphere can be broken free from the rod. However, we are going to go back and refine the shape some more. At this time, our furnace on the right, it's running low on glass right now. We mentioned that we're melting a specific formula that's made for the process that you see in front of you. We know the basic ingredients sitting inside of these bags, but it is coming from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, where they mine a quartz mountain to give us the basic ingredient of sand. And this process is repeated the whole day until we have about 1,000 pounds of molten glass sitting inside. At night, we will also turn the furnace up to bake the glass and ensure it's a good quality tomorrow morning. Question in the center. The boxes that we're placing in right now, is it wrapped in paper? I like to call it like a lunch bag, but essentially, yes. We're not worried about that paper bag. It's just going to burn away. What we're after is what's sitting inside of there. Again, we have silica sand, soda ash, and lime. We know those basic ingredients. However, we don't know the ratios of those ingredients. But I'm sure if we make our own formula of glass and it's excellent in conducting its heat, we can make a pretty penny using that glass. All across the world, there's just different formulas of glass that's used. Even on the East Coast, they're using a different glass than what we use here on our Pacific Northwest area. So let's talk about the hierarchy going on here in our studio. Our visiting artist, Rhodes, we would consider our gaffer. The gaffer is the person in charge, the person orchestrating today's demonstration. You'll notice that is distributing the workload among everyone else. We then introduce our Museum of Glass team member, Manny Castro. Now, Manny is playing the role as the gaffer. The pole turner. The pole turner's job is to give the adequate heat that our gaffer has called for. You'll notice that Che and Manny are constantly communicating about the heat that needs to be given. I do want to point out that our visiting artist is represented by the Tobin Hewitt Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, the artwork that's made here at the Museum of Glass, it all belongs to our visiting artist. All we will ask of him is to donate 2 pieces to the museum. 1 piece that will be auctioned off in our annual Red Hot Gala, the biggest fundraiser we host here at the museum. And then a 2nd piece that will live here, part of our permanent collection, eventually being displayed either on our top balcony or around the museum. And you're more than welcome to view the artwork from our top balcony. It is a fantastic view to see today's demonstration. We are going to continue this demonstration. Hopefully, we're going to expand on the process of the exploding sphere on the inside. Again, this is all just a learning curve. Now, what happens is what we're worried right now is the actual inside of the glass is still molten while the outside may be stable. If we place this inside of our annealer, there's a high probability of it slumping, it falling back on its own weight. So what we're worried about here is ensuring that the inside temperature is well below 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're looking for something at 1,700, 1,800 degrees, both on the inside and the outside. But of course, the outside glass is losing a lot more heat than the inside. For that reason, we will take flashes inside of our chamber periodically. Our main concern is this area back here, the moil. Once again, the rod is stealing a lot of heat from the glass. So I had mentioned that this is about 60 pounds of glass. So this is just a tremendous amount of glass to even work with. For that reason, we have different pieces of equipment to just take a lot of that weight off of our backs. So our next process is just to even out the temperature of our glass sphere and then set it inside of a controlled environment. If we leave this giant sphere of glass out here, it's going to break and crack. That might take a little bit longer, may take like 5 or 10 minutes. But essentially, the ambient temperature is just going to shock the molecules of the glass into breaking and cracking. For that reason, we need to set it in a controlled environment where we can slowly cool the glass down over an extended period of time. All around the hot shop, we have annealers. We have an annealer on the right, annealers on the left, even this one down here. Now, unfortunately, we're going to be using an annealer that's hidden behind the museum because that massive glass will need to cool down in the period, I would say, over a week. So over 7 days, it will cool down. Now, depending on the thickness of the glass, it will vary its annealing cycle. For maybe a cup, a bowl, 12 and a half hours is perfectly fine, but that's extremely thick. So a week, maybe even more, will be plenty of time to eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break, crack, or explode. When we look at the history of glass making, oh man, melting sand into glass, that was easy. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history. Even the Egyptians struggled with the annealing process. They would bury their glass in sand and hope it didn't break. Nowadays, we know better. There's a mathematical formula that we can use to predetermine how long it should stay inside of an annealer. And here at the museum, we keep history of the things that we've annealed based on their thickness. We have a whole binder with over 16 years of information on annealing process. So we're just trying to make sure that no one needs to carry this large, massive glass. Because again, that's a backbreaker right there. That's a lot of glass. So I believe the plan is to place it maybe on this piece of equipment and then roll it to the back of the museum. Now there is techniques that we can do to carry this massive glass. Like instead of using all the weight and placing them on our biceps, we can hip it. We can place it on the end of our hip and turn towards us to minimize all this weight that we are carrying around. So once again, we just take a deep flash, ensuring that the outside isn't losing too much heat, and then we go back to the moil because the moil is the danger part. It's where this massive glass can begin to crack. Are we going to get rid of the seam down the middle? Unfortunately for this piece, it will stay as is, so we will keep that seam here. It is not unfortunate. You're right, it's not unfortunate because that shows the mass being squished together. You're right. Oh, so Gabe has dropped some intense knowledge on me right now. So Gabe has said that we could get rid of that line that joins them together, but that can cause the inner sphere to change. Oh, so this is some deep knowledge right now. More knowledge. I love this information. Every action has a reaction in glass, by the way. So we can't really notice it from this end, but if you look closely, there's almost like a Saturn bubble that's trapped around the whole ring. If we compress that bubble, that Saturn air bubble that's trapped in the inside, it may get misshapen. And so we've talked a little bit about how this piece will be broken free. Now, when we tap it off the piece, it's going to be the vibrations that caused this piece to break from that weak spot. Once again, we call that the jack line. The jack line is the place that we can separate the usable glass from the steel rod itself. Oh man, again, 60 pounds of solid glass going to the back of the museum where we have another annealer sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit. It will be the home of everything that's made here today. We're going to cool down this sphere for over 1 week, over 7 days, to ensure that it doesn't break, crack, or even explode. Well, we are going to load up this annealer with several pieces and then send it all down in one take. Can we give another round of applause to our visiting artist, Rhodes, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? That was the small one of the day, by the way. We always begin with the warm-up. That was the warm-up right there. So it's just going to get even larger and even better down here on our hot shop floor. Give us a few minutes. We are just going to regroup ourselves, and we're going to go back at it once again. It's going to get better. We need to make that inner sphere crack and really explode, really begin to show more detail. At this stage right now, we're getting more of a hairline fractures, so we want more crackle inside. So we always get asked, how do you begin a demonstration? Well, we begin by just communicating with one another, bouncing back different ideas, and how to approach the next one around. Oh, so the team has said that we have room for about 4 of these large spheres. Or once again, about 4 of them. We are just going to reset ourselves. We are using some of the biggest rods available in the glass industry during our demonstration. So we are working with a lot of mass. And we can pass around some of these spheres that we've made. We began the demonstration with creating these. These were made on Wednesday. And if you didn't get a chance to hold them, I can pass this out. Hey, Zach, you want to do the honors? Yes. Ooh, that's a good idea. Put it in the freezer. More extreme, you're absolutely correct. That might actually work a little bit. Well, I'm sure the team has, I'm sure they're up to something. Well, at this time, let's talk a little bit about the equipment. Welcome to the museum. Thank you for joining us. Perfect seat, by the way. I was just about to open the chamber doors. Are you okay with that? You're gonna get an influx of heat, though. All right, everyone. So the chamber in front of us here is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, more audience members. I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna open these doors up for everyone to feel the radiating heat. Now, this chamber, this glory hole, is one of the largest in the glass industry, and we have the largest one down here on our left-hand side. It's turned off right now because we don't want to use that chamber unless it's necessary. It's extremely hot. Now, we typically begin the demonstration on the ends of the museum because this chamber is really hot, and for that reason, we prefer to use a smaller one on our left-hand side. But next time you join us, you can bring some marshmallows down to the Museum of Glass. We can find some sticks and have some fun down here. So the Museum of Glass has we have various programs here at the museum. Now, memberships always go a long way here, and I see a few members out in the audience. So we always like to appreciate and thank our members for supporting the Museum of Glass. Another program that memberships help fund is our Hot Shop Heroes program. This is where veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or brain trauma can use glass blowing as an art therapy, and the Museum of Glass is a leader in this program. Another program that's funded is our Kids Design Glass program. Now, I would love to show you a Kids Design Glass video on our big screen here, but this is a contest that we host here on a monthly basis. Any child 12 and under can submit a drawing to the Museum of Glass. If chosen, that child is invited to come to our Hot Shop studio and see it as their drawing is translated into glass. So on our big screen here, let's get some more information on our Kids Design Glass program. Oh, so what's our cone-shaped structure? Sweet. So the Museum of Glass was designed after Canadian world architect Arthur D. Erickson. The cone-shaped structure that we see is very functional for glass blowing. So it's like a natural chimney. We even have a giant fan at the top to accelerate the hot air rising. Now, this building was influenced by Tacoma's early history. So in our area, we were the capital of the logging industry around the globe with over 73 lumber mills. This cone-shaped structure comes from the wigwam burners or beehive burners that used to scatter our waterway. So these buildings used to be here all around Tacoma, They were torn down when the lumber industry left the area, but that's where the architect got the design for this cone-shaped structure. I am not aware if our architect knew this or not, but in Europe, there's glass-blowing studios built in a similar cone-shaped structure. But once again, I don't know if our architect knew that or not. This glass was made here at the museum. So we have a furnace, or we have two furnaces where the molten mass is kept. It's the furnace on our left-hand side here, and it's never turned off. So it's on 365 days a year. It doesn't take any vacation or weekends off or sick time. It's on all year around. This furnace is the future of the Museum of Glass. It's going to be on for about a decade, or at least 10 years before it's turned off to do maintenance. The furnace on the right-hand side was on for about 8 years. It was turned off to do some maintenance and has a few years left of its lifespan. But after that, in a few years, I would say within 3 years, we will get a brand new furnace again. And a lot of this equipment is made from a Seattle-based company. Here in our Pacific Northwest area, we are the mecca of glass blowing. So I have friends who have moved out from California, from New York, to continue their glass blowing careers here in this area. Now, we are also the melting pot of all these different glass blowing techniques. Even the way our bench setup is influenced by other countries. Although we are very Italian-based glassmaking, we are also influenced by Swedish glass blowing, which these wooden blocks come from. And we also see like a mixture of Czech-style glassmaking in our studio. I want to point out that this is the sphere that we are going to be encasing. We've decided to use a lot larger one this time around. Oh, so the heat. What is our fuel source here? We use natural gas at the museum, natural gas. And we have a pipeline connected directly to the gas industry here at the museum. I also want to point out that below the stands where everyone's sitting at, there's an air system down here. So there's constant fresh air flowing to the hot shop floor. I would say it's hotter where everyone's sitting at than where I roam around. For that reason, I can walk around here in like a sweater and a cardigan. It's quite nice here. Oh, yes. So the chambers in the center, I always like to describe them as a round barrel on its side lined with fire brick made to insulate and keep the heat inside. We also use a blower, so a lot of forced air is being forced inside of that chamber to increase the temperature. If you were to make or melt sand in your home or on the beach, I would recommend making a really big bonfire and then having a channel where air can constantly flow inside. And that's really the secret to melting sand, is the oxygen that's flowing inside. So check this out. The team's already communicating. They're talking about how can we make this piece really explode? How can we make it crack? So I do want to point out for this next time around, our visiting artist has decided to score the glass on the inside. This way, there's already a crack even before it enters the larger, massive glass. So again, we're just gonna try a handful of different things, ideas. Dang, that's a big pipe right there. That's the flagpole, right? So the rods that we're using here, we're using some of the largest rods that are built in the glass industry. Oh, so we had silica sand, potash, and we had soda. Those are the three main ingredients of glass. Yep, so we had silica sand as the basic ingredient. We then add soda ash as a flux, so to lower the melting temperature. Sand typically wants to melt at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's too hot for us. That's hot enough for NASA though. NASA windows, the windows to the spaceships, they're made out of straight silica sand. So that's why that glass can exit and re-enter the atmosphere. It just has such a high melting temperature, but it's too high for us. So we add soda ash to lower the melting temperature, and then potash as a flux, so it stays there and it doesn't kind of become more of a weird material. So those are the three basic ingredients. Our glass is coming to us in a box. It's shipped all the way from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, and inside of these boxes lies a paper bag. That paper bag has a mixture of glass that's then tossed inside of the furnace and melted overnight. We know the basic ingredients of our glass, but it is a top secret formula that only the manufacturer knows. And if you have more questions, please let me know. I love all these questions, so at any time, raise your hand or shout my name. My name is David, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience. It looks like our glassmaker, Manny Castro, on our left-hand side, has already heated up the blowpipe, or the rod, that we are going to be using here today. Glass blowing is very misleading because we are not always blowing through a blowpipe. In this case, a blowpipe is not involved. So we always preheat the rod. We're looking for a little bit of red or orange glow coming from the tip. That means it's about 900 degrees and ready for the glass to adhere. We dip it in water to clean our palate. And now it's due to the viscosity of the glass that allows us to collect it on the end of the rod. Very similar to how honey will stick to a fork and knife at breakfast time when you're eating pancakes or waffles. It's due to the viscosity of the material. Now, the way that we describe what we're making is by the amount of dips or gathers that we take. If we had a blowpipe and we gathered one time on top of it, we could make a small shot glass or a creamer cup, something small or thin. 2 gathers would give us more like cups, and then 3 gathers something more like vessels. By the end of our piece, we are going to be looking at the weight around 60 pounds of solid glass on the end of the rod. By letting the core cool down, we can then gather another layer of that molten material. If we gather right now, we could exit the furnace with less glass. For that reason, we quickly shape the mass of glass into almost a light bulb shape. This light bulb shape will increase the surface area that we can gather, which will cause us to gather more glass, to collect more material. Well, if you're joining us, welcome to the Museum of Glass. We are just getting started on our demonstration today. Each glass maker, we're going to be having one on your left and one on your center. They're each going to be gathering what will be half of the sphere, of a giant sphere that we are making here today. And Gabe is just on his first gather, while in the center, we are on our third gather of glass. Again, the way that we describe what we're making is by the amount of dips that we take. Another way that we can describe what we're making is by the wooden block that's being used. They are measured in, I'm sorry here, going back a little bit. These wooden blocks are first used to ensure that the mass of glass is even and symmetrical. Oh, look at that nice light bulb shape. So we always want something symmetrical like a balloon. We don't want something like a potato, something that's all wonky and asymmetrical. That's not a good shape to gather on. Now, as our mass gets larger and larger, the moil is where the glass and the rod meet. That needs to get larger and larger also, just to accommodate its size and weight that we are working with. So you'll notice that that mass is quite large. We're thinking ahead of the process and how much glass will be located on the end of that rod. Well, everyone, you're more than welcome to take as many photos and videos as you'd like. All we ask is if you plan on posting them on social media, you tag the Museum of Glass. Give us a heads up. Make sure I'm walking on my good side, not my bad side. But if you have questions, you let us know. Most of our teammates here at the Museum of Glass have been working with glass for over 25 years. Can we play that replay once again? Oh, that's the shatter on the inside. That's what we hope happens in today's demonstration, that glass completely just breaks and cracks on the inside. Our visiting artist that we have here today, Rhodes, is represented by the Tobin Cubic Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky. He has a Bachelor's of Art from the Centre College in Danville, Kentucky, and an MFA from the Tyler School of Art from Temple University. He is also a former member of the Glass Art Society and Board of Directors, and is the head of the Southern Illinois University of Carbondale Glass Department, which he also founded back in 2005. University of Louisville. Oh, that's how I had it in my notes. So he used to be the head of the University of Carbondale. Now, here at the museum, we are exploring both the positive and negative effects of this glass, and to create distill complex work using simple forms and simple information. Now that's a giant, massive glass here. Now we're using a pipe cooler. It's just cold water on the rod, which will minimize the amount of heat that's being transferred through the rod. Once again, these rods are made out of stainless steel, a poor conductor of heat. As our mass gets larger, we take our left hand and we slide it closer to the hot mass of glass. Our left hand acting as a fulcrum, the center balancing point of a teeter-totter or a seesaw. And just like last time, even larger wooden block is used to accommodate its size. And we have one more gather to get to here in the center of the studio. So one more dip of molten material. So we have various shaping tools available to us. We have wooden blocks. We also have steel tools. Again, a lot of our tools are Italian-based, but they do vary. Another tool that you will see our team use is just the wet padded newspaper, which is just the Wall Street Journal folded on itself. It only lasts a week if we're lucky. It's completely fine. We have plenty of Wall Street Journal newspaper laying around here at the museum. If you have some at home, well, this is a wonderful place to recycle it. I also want to point out that our visiting artist is left-handed, which is very rare in the glass blowing community. In my 3 years of emceeing, this is just our barely second visiting artist that has been left-handed. They're very rare to come across because glass blowing is just right-handed dominant. So how is he able to touch the metal rod without gloves? So the main danger part in our massive glass is where the rod becomes dark, where it becomes dull gray and black, where the stainless steel loses its heat. Another thing that we can do is just use the cold water to cool down the rod. Again, these steel rods are made out of stainless steel, a very poor conductor of heat. They're made from a company based in Seattle. It's actually a different alloy at the very tip. It's a stainless steel, I believe like 311, which is one of the poorest conductors of heat known to man. Yeah, even the top part, it doesn't even rust. That's the type of metal alloy they use. I had mentioned before, we have an even bigger wooden block to always accommodate its size, and that might be one of the largest blocks we own here at the Museum of Glass. So that is getting close to maxing out our equipment that we have. And this equipment that you see in front of you, it's some of the largest in the glass industry. We have artisans who rent out this studio to get their hands on our oversized equipment that we have, like our ovens, our furnaces. Our furnaces hold 1,000 pounds of molten glass. That's an incredible amount of glass. Most studios are only melting about 500 pounds of glass. Well, we have equipment that's superior and a lot larger than that. So this is one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing around the globe. So Che makes everything look very easy during the demonstration, but it's a lot more difficult than it seems. Again, we have a trained professional team here, and our visiting artist is taking over our studio for these next few days. Now, even the chamber that you see on the left-hand side, this is one of the largest in the globe, if not the largest one. It's large enough that I can fit inside, and I'm a pretty big human being, so I can fit inside of there. You're on tour right now. You're about to teach a class. And you're the MC. So we see these steel tables all around the hot shop floor. We refer to them as marvers, and we're marvering the glass by rolling back and forth. That term comes to us because traditionally these tables were made out of marble. You can probably guess why we don't use marble anymore. So we are just making half of a sphere in the center and the opposite end, the second sphere. Question at the very top. What's up, my man? How can I help you? Repeat that part. How do we make the different colors? Well, color is made by adding different metal oxides, so different metals of the periodic table. If you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite color? What's up, my man? You like green, you like blue, you like pink? Blue. So to make blue glass, we can add cobalt. To make pink glass, we can add actual gold. We can take our furnace on the right and add gold inside of there, and it would give us pink glass. I am okay with having pink glass, but I don't know if our visiting artist wants pink glass. So for that reason, we melt only clear glass, and we purchase our color, color in glass in a bar form, and then we can take this bar and apply it to our hot glass. And this is how we can apply color. I'm actually going to pass around our color bar. It's going to make it up that way. You can feel it, hold it. Again, that's how color is added here in the studio. Most color is made outside the United States for various reasons. Well, we are gauging closer to encasing our glass sphere. We have chosen out a sphere that we are going to be using, inserting it inside of both masses. We hope that the inner sphere just cracks and explodes. To do so, we are just using a room temperature sphere. So the spheres we have on this table will be utilized throughout our demonstration, which were made on Wednesday morning. So by the end of our demonstration, our piece will weigh around 60 pounds. The last one was about that weight, and I know that we gathered more glass than we did last time. So I want to point out that the rod that everything's going to be built upon, this flagpole, we refer to it because this is one of the largest steel rods that the manufacturer creates. So we are getting close to maxing out our equipment, like our steel blowpipe or steel rod. There's no hole running through the center of it. How you feeling, Manny? You feel good. Fantastic. It's going to get a lot more interesting here in a few moments. Once again, we'd like to thank all our audience members for joining us here today. This is our second piece of today's demonstration. We'd also like to give a special shout out to all our members out in our audience because we love and appreciate all of our members. So memberships go back and fund the Museum of Glass in various ways. Through our Hot Shop Heroes program, this is where veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or brain trauma use glass blowing as an art therapy. And also our Kids Design Glass program, a contest that's held here once a month. Any child 12 and under can submit a drawing that can then be chosen and be made completely out of glass. And we invite the child and their family to join us during that demonstration. And we have all the essentials necessary to create a beautiful drawing: colored pencils, markers, all that in our education studio. We've chosen out the sphere, and we are getting close to the final moment. So we approach this idea differently. Can we give this team another round of applause? So for today's idea, it just takes experience and trying this idea out different in various ways. We want this piece to explode as we can see it, as intended. Now, we can't Google this information, how to make it crack. It all just comes from our team's experience. For this sphere, or a different technique that we use is we scored the sphere using a small tool. That way, there's already a small line where this piece can begin to crack from. Oh, that's so. All right, well, everyone, mass holds heat. The inside part is probably around 2,000 degrees. The outside temperature is quickly losing its heat. We'll notice that Sayiri here is using a propane torch, about 2,500 degrees, on what is the moil. The moil is where the glass and the rod meet, and the rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass. We don't want this piece to crack or break from that starting point. If it starts to break, it can spread throughout the whole piece, starting from the moil. And we have enough room to make two more of these large spheres. When we are done with this sculpture, the last step is to set it in a controlled environment where we can eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break and explode. And on our big screen, we just showed you a quick replay of the crackle effect. 1 second it's there, and then the next second it's not. Wow, that's just incredible. Well, this time around, So this time around, now that we're heating it, we're only going to get the skin of the glass hull, only the very top layer. Our glory hole or reheating chamber is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It is powered by natural gas and is turned off at night to save energy. It takes about 2 hours to climb back up to its 2,300 degree mark. Look at all that communication going on. Once again, our visiting artist, Rhodes, is playing the role of the gaffer. That's the person in charge. Our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, they're playing the role as the pole turners. The pole turner is to give the adequate heat that our visiting artist has called for. We also have Sayuri standing by to shield our gaffer, maybe using compressed air to get rid of the smoke that can cause us to, or that can blind us, or even that smoke that can go into our lungs. So the next few steps that we're going to go through is just evening out the temperatures of the glass. Something so it's similar both on the inside and the outside. So we will just hang out here, really torch the moil, ensure that that moil where the glass and the rod meet, that it's not stealing enough heat that it can cause it to break or crack. When we take a heat inside of the glory hole, we're just gonna take a quick heat to even out the temperatures. If we place this massive glass inside of our annealer too hot, it can actually slump, which it can fall back on itself due to the heat and gravity. We are getting closer to the annealing process. The annealing process is the process of eliminating the stress of the glass. It's the ambient temperature that will shock the glass into breaking and cracking. So we are going to set it in a controlled environment, approximately 890 degrees Fahrenheit. Now this glass is extremely thick, which will elongate the annealing process. For that reason, this sphere and the rest of the sculptures that are made here today will cool down for over 7 days to ensure 10 days, exactly 10 days, to eliminate the stress in the glass. The thicker the glass is, the longer this cycle needs to be. When we look at telescope glass like the Subaru telescope, that glass was annealed for over 3 weeks due to the thickness of that glass. And when we look at the history of glass, melting sand into glass was relatively easy compared to preventing it from breaking. You may hear the term flash being used here in our hot shop studio. A flash is about 10 seconds inside of the glory hole. If we say a long flash, may be referring to 15, 20 seconds inside of the glory hole. And to this day, I still count in my head when someone asks for a flash. Well, if you're joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. We are just finishing up this solid glass sphere with a crackle effect on the inside. We do have various projects to get to. This is just the second large sphere. I believe we are also going to be experimenting with making glass buoys and then also creating glass spinning tops. After this piece is complete, we are just going to take a quick transition so we can get started on the next piece. Now, the rod that we're using here, it's one of the largest one in the glass industry, and it's our only one here at the museum. So we also need to wait for that clear glass that's around it to break off. So we need some time as we transition over to ensure our equipment is ready for the next go around. This is the first residency for Rhodes here at the Museum of Glass, and today just marks the third day of a 5-day residency. This residency will conclude this Sunday with the lecture given at 2 p.m. about the artwork that was explored here at the Museum of Glass. If you can't join us in person, you can always join us online and through the web, both on our website and YouTube channel, where we will live stream his lecture. Once again, given at 2 p.m. this coming Sunday. If you're wondering how much glass shrinks during its cool down process, it is less than 1%. So for our audience sticking with us right now, we are just evening out the temperature on the inside and the outside. So the inside of the glass, when we began, it was around 2,000 degrees. We're looking for 1,800 degrees just to even out both the outside and the inside temperature so it can be similar. If we put this piece away too hot while the inside's still at its molten state, this piece can have a chance of slumping, so falling back on itself due to the gravity. Since the rod, there won't be any rod, and the piece will just stay flat. So gravity will begin to take over and cause a flat spot. Well, I do want to point out that our visiting artist is on tour right now. He will be heading out to Pilchuck Glass School where he's going to be teaching a class. Now, for those of you who are unaware of the Pilchuck Glass School, it's one of the best glass schools in the country. It was founded by Mr. Dale Chihuly, also one of the founders of the Museum of Glass we are located in now. And here in Tacoma, we have a very unique program. We're one of the only cities that offer glass blowing to our youth, both in our middle school and high school programs. One of the only places in the country. So even here, we have a small community of glassmakers. Now, one of J. Rhodes' students is actually one of our employees here at the Museum of Glass. So we're very excited for our students to be learning from such a notable glassmaker. Oh, yes. Oh, so a lot of the PBS specials that are that are played, they're all filmed down here at the Museum of Glass. We have, oh man, it's covered up, but below this table, there's a bunch of paint that was left there by Mr. Dale Chihuly years ago. Question. So this piece, where will it be displayed? Well, that's a very good question. I do want to point out that our visiting artist is represented by a gallery called the Tobin Hewitt Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, the artwork that's made here at the museum, it all belongs to our visiting artist. There's a high probability that this artwork will be shown in a gallery setting later on in the future, but two of these sculptures will reside here at the Museum of Glass, eventually one of them being shown either on our top balcony or around the Museum of Glass. Oh, this piece will be displayed as is. So we will eliminate the sharp edges on the glass, and it will probably be sitting on some form of stand by itself. Yes. Hello, how's it going today? How you doing, my man? Doing good? Good day? Nice. Hello. Yes, question. Oh, can we explain the process? Of course, I am more than happy to. Now, unfortunately, this piece is almost complete. I'm gonna really touch bases on it, but when we start the next one, I can explain more in depth, all right? But all our massive glass is being brought out of our furnace. This is the oven located on our left. It has about 1,000 pounds of molten glass sitting inside of this oven. Again, 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We gather the glass from our furnace. So using a steel rod, we can collect glass by dipping it inside. Depending on the dips that we take, it can vary the size. Our massive glass that we have here can be described as 5 gathers or so of molten material. We are then using a glory hole or reheating chamber. This chamber is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's what we use to introduce more heat into our glass. As it's sitting out here, it's rapidly losing its temperature. If it drops below 1,800 degrees, it can crack, break, or even explode. For that reason, we are slowly bringing it back to an even temperature. Our next phase is to set it inside of a controlled environment called the annealer. The annealers that we see in front of us here today are fully booked. So we will be using an annealer that's sitting directly behind the Museum of Glass. This annealer is sitting at 890 degrees and will be the home of everything that's produced here today. This piece will cool down for approximately 10 days before opened. So off to the back of the Museum of Glass. So that piece easily weighs over 60 pounds. So we're using equipment to minimize the weight that we have to carry around. And this shows you an image of the back part of the Museum of Glass. We have a state-of-the-art hot shop in front of you. We also have a state-of-the-art cold shop. It is closed to the public, but we have one of the best cold workers in the country. We score the massive glass on a break-off or a constriction that we made earlier today. And with a tap, it's the vibrations that cause the piece to break free from the rod. And off to the annealer. Again, it's going to cool down in that controlled environment for about 10 days before it's opened, slowly climbing back to room temperature. But can we give a round of applause to our visiting artist, Jay Rhodes, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. The team will take a quick powwow to talk about the next piece that we are going to be creating. But on our big screen, let's play a video. Let's get our airplane video on our big screen here to transition over our time. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate your business. But we are going to be transitioning over here to a new project.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glass blowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Well, if you're sticking with us, we welcome you to the museum. Our visiting artist, Rhodes, has already taken his first gather of glass on the blowpipe here. And we're still waiting for one of our big rods. Since we're maxing out some of our equipment, we're using a specific rod. Unfortunately, we only have one of these rods, but it's one of the largest in the glass industries. So as we wait for that rod, we are just going to play around with this mass of material. So at this moment, I do just want to talk about our visiting artist and his experience working with this material. He does hold a Bachelor's of Arts from the Centre College in Danville, Kentucky, and then also an MFA from the Tyler School of Art. He is represented by the Tobin Hewitt Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky, and he is a former member of the Glass Art Society Board of Directors. Now he is a professor at the University of Louisville at the Allen R. Art Institute, which he began in 2005, but he was the former head of the Southern Illinois University of Carbondale. So he did leave that position to become the professor. Now he teaches at a college level, but now we can see that he is working with our medium, and this is his first residency here at the Museum of Glass. If you are unaware how the Museum of Glass operates, different artisans from across the globe are invited to come to our Museum of Glass and explore ideas and the medium. This year, we will host approximately 40 visiting artists, with this summer being packed with artists almost every week. Now, we are seeing some traditional glass blowing here on our hot shop. our visiting artists will be playing around with this material, and I just want to break up the bubble in the way he's creating it. He's making a trick glass. Now, this glass will have a hole running through the whole center of it, which means when you put liquid, it's just going to exit towards the bottom. Now, this next time that we come back to the bench, so real quickly, I want to break down this bubble. Our first constriction is the break-off point. It's how we separate what will be the cup from the steel rod. We've also made a fancy transition to go from the cup to a blown foot, which is the base. If you're joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. We are working on creating a solid giant glass sphere. Inside of this sphere will be another smaller broken sphere. The spheres that we're using on the inside are sitting on our table on our left-hand side. Our visiting artist will choose out the sphere that he wishes to use. Now, this massive glass will be well over 60 pounds of solid glass. So we are beginning on the left-hand side of the studio. Our visiting artist is just honing down his hand skills, getting used to the glass that we are melting here by making a simple form. So once again, we are just playing around with the medium on the center, but on our left-hand side, we are beginning with our demonstration. The way that we are going to create our giant sphere is we're going to make half of each sphere on each rod. So we have two glass makers here. They're both working on a separate hemisphere. And we are going to be taking several gathers of molten material. Each rod should have, give or take, about 30 pounds, probably a little less than that. All our molten material is being brought out of our furnace sitting on your left-hand side of the studio. Our furnace holds 1,000 pounds of molten material, about the same temperature as molten lava. The glass sits inside of a crucible, so essentially a bathtub filled with molten material. Now this furnace is left on all year around. We're seeing one of our glass makers. Both of you are too kind, everyone. Going back to our furnace, we allow the core to cool down and stabilize. By stabilizing, we can then gather more material out of the furnace. Now, it's due to the viscosity of the glass, its thickness, that allows us to collect it on the end of the rod. Oh, that's a large, massive glass right there. You ready, Gabe, too? Very similar to how honey will stick to your fork and knife when you're eating pancakes or waffles in the morning. It's a very similar process that's happening. Question, yes, I love questions. Oh, so can we talk about the assistants? Do they work in our local universities or schools? Well, let's begin with Mr. Gabe Thienan. Gabe has been working with glass for over 22 years, longer than I've been alive. Gabe has worked across the country, both beginning in California, in the globe. Actually, you're right, because you residency in France. Okay, we'll talk about it. So Gabe began his career in California. He later moved up to Washington State here, where he had this job of working with glass. Now, he's also worked across the globe. He had a residency in Biot, France, where he explored his artwork for about a month. So besides Gabe, each of these team members that we have, they are trained professionals, all right? So then we have Manny Castro on our left-hand side, who's been working with glass for over 2 decades. Manny now works in our local community, assisting and helping glass makers. Now, this is pretty much one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing across the globe. So our team that we have here is incredibly talented with the medium. They make their own beautiful and stunning artwork, but their job is to work here for the museum and assist and help our visiting artists with the ideas they wish to pursue. Now, there's various ways that you can become a glass blower. You can go to work in one of the local factories around our community where you can develop the necessary hand skills. You can also go to college. It's one way you can become a glassmaker. Most colleges focus on the ideas of glass rather than the craft or technique of it. But it does vary on which college you go to. I like to describe glass as more like an instrument that you play. It really depends on how much time you spend practicing this skill and really helping others and really viewing the demonstration and process. You're not going to get good at glass blowing in 1 year. Heck, you're not going to get good in 5 or 10 years. It takes a lifetime to pursue this medium. I myself have been working with glass for about 10 years, and I've just realized that I have no clue on how to master this material. It just takes a lifetime. Well, let's talk about the steel rods that we are using here in the studio. They're made out of stainless steel, a poor conductor of heat. If you take a close inspection, you'll notice that the rod goes from its shininess to a dull gray and black towards the tip. We do not place our hand on the discoloration that you see on the rod, unless we want to go home early with the severe burn. I know Gabe doesn't want to go home early with the severe burn. He's ready to blow glass all day today. Now, typically the heat will build up when we are gathering. So you'll notice the team will use a pipe cooler, which is a trough of water used to cool down the rods. Howdy, how's it going today? Is having a good day today? Happy Thursday, or Friday, it's Friday today. Oh man, almost got mixed up there. You guys ready for this weekend? Right on. Have you guys ever been here before? Once when you're little. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the museum. We'd love to have you here. How you doing today, my man? Nice. Well, my name is David. What's your name? Nice. You guys can ask me questions at any given time. It can be about glass. It doesn't have to be about glass. I don't know. Do you guys play Minecraft? Minecraft? Oh, yeah, that's my game there, too. So, do you guys remember the recipe to making glass blocks? Sand in a furnace, right? So, what's your fuel source? What do you guys use? Coal. Do you guys know, have you guys ever made the coal blocks in Minecraft? Yeah, those are awesome, too. So, in Minecraft, they use coal, right? We used to use coal a long time ago in history. Nowadays, we use natural gas, so it's a lot more efficient. But glass blowing, traditionally, they would go into a forest. They would cut down all the wood around them. And then once they deforested that area, they would move to another area and start doing the same process. But they're not doing that anymore now. Is there any clean and alternative to working with glass? Not that I am aware of at this moment, my man. Not that I'm aware of. But there's a leading industry here, like a lot of our cell phones and a lot of glass that's used around the globe. It's all coming from right here, the United States. Now, it's coming from the East Coast, from Corning, New York. Even Gorilla Glass, like what's found in most of our phones, it's all made here, and it's shipped around the globe. Come again? Oh, so our visiting artist, Rhodes, has stepped off the hot shop floor. I will introduce him when he steps back to our hot shop floor. We call him our gaffer. The gaffer is the person in charge of orchestrating today's demonstration. So right now he's just saving his energy, but he'll come back down to our hot shop floor in a bit. Right now, each team member right now is working on a separate hemisphere of our giant sphere. Shortly, as we get closer, we will fuse both hemispheres together. Well, everyone, our visiting artist is going to be stepping on the hot shop floor. We'd like to introduce you all to our visiting artist this afternoon. Again, he is on tour right now. So our visiting artist is on tour right now. He's going to be traveling, eventually making his way to Pilchuck Glass School on July 27th, where he will be teaching a class on glass making, this wonderful medium. Now, our visiting artist is a head professor at the University of Louisville at the Allen Art Institute, which he began back in 2005. He's also a former board of directors from the Glass Art Society. And he does have a Bachelor's of Art from the Center College in Danville, Kentucky, and an MFA from the Tyler School of Art from Temple University. One of our teammates on our left-hand side is gathering his last massive glass coming from the furnace. Again, this is the heart of our operation. We have about 1,000 pounds of this molten material sitting inside of a crucible or a bathtub filled of molten material. Is that more of a check technique? Again, we use a wooden block, ensuring that everything is symmetrical. It's easy to work with an even mass of glass than an irregular shape. How much does that blob weigh? At the end, each piece will weigh about 60 pounds. So we're looking around 20 to 30 pounds on each rod. They make everything look really easy. Again, our left hand, we take our left hand as the mass gets larger, we slide it closer to the hot glass to act as a fulcrum, which is the balancing point of a seesaw or a teeter-totter. But as our hand slides closer, it also slides closer to the danger part of the rod where there's a lot of heat being transferred through. What's up, my man? How can I help you? How was glass blowing discovered or invented? So what we see now is not glass blowing. Glass blowing is very misleading because we're not always blowing air through a blowpipe. A better term would be glass making, since there's no blowpipe. But glass blowing was discovered or invented at the height of the Roman Empire, so the 1st century BC. What happened was the blowpipe was invented by Syrian craftsmen in that century. Later that century, Constantinople was invaded by Rome, which then they stole the invention of the blowpipe and made it their own. As we know, the Venetians later became some of the best glass blowers in the globe. But it was invented by Syrian craftsmen at the 1st century BC is where we give credit. Prior to then, glass making was around, but it was very primitive. They would use like clay or dung to produce a positive, which then they can dip into glass to create a negative in a vessel that way. But I'm not going to work with glass that way. Again, you have to use clay or dung. So you notice there's a lot of bits of glass on the ground, right? Are they safe? How long does it take to cool down? Is essentially your question. So when we look at the history of glass, melting sand into glass, that was easy. I mean, that was easy for us. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history. Even the Egyptians, they struggled with this. They would bury their glass in sand and hope it didn't break. Nowadays, we have a formula. There's a mathematical formula that we have discovered to determine how long it should stay inside of a controlled environment. Here at the Museum of Glass, we have kept a record for years on the annealing cycle and thicknesses of the glass. So for this piece of glass, it's super small, so 12 hours should be fine, but our piece is extremely thick, so it will cool down for 10 days. Telescope glass anneals for about 3 weeks, but that's because that glass is, oh man, super thick. Like the Subaru telescope, which annealed for 3 weeks, and then they spent about 3 years polishing and cutting that glass until it was usable. But what you see in front of you, it's relatively new. It began in the 60s by our glass father, Harvey Littleton. Before then, glass blowing was kept in industrial factories. Harvey Littleton created the first furnace that could melt a small amount of glass, like 50 pounds, which had never been done in history before. Right now, we're going through a renaissance of glass making because their glass is finally in the hands of artisans and not in industrial factories. And we call this the studio glass movement, and we're still feeling the effects of this movement. And it all started right here in the United States and now has spread all across the globe. I do want to point out that our visiting artist is the left-handed glassmaker, which is really unique in our community because glass blowing is right-hand dominant. Our whole setup is meant for a right-handed person. Well, for my group of, ooh, so if he dropped that, would it shatter or would it spread like a pancake? It would spread like a pancake, but yeah, not, it wouldn't completely flatten out. We would still hold some of its integrity. So we made these spheres on Wednesdays. It's made from the glass that we made here at the museum. You guys can hold that. We can pass it around, but we have to make sure that it ends up back on this table, okay? But we can pass it around and show our audience that is what we're going to be inserting on the inside. Now, typically when we're working with separate pieces, we would preheat these masses to ensure that they didn't break, crack, or explode. In this case, it's what we want to happen. For that reason, we are just going to insert them at room temperature, hoping that the molten glass around it will cause it to break, crack, and explode. Now, this technique that we're doing here today, it's all by experience. We've tried this a few different ways, but we had a lot of success by scoring the glass and creating break marks. That way, when it enters the molten material, there's already stress marks. And again, this information cannot be Googled. It all has to come from the experience of our team and our visiting artist. So once again, we have chosen a sphere, a large sphere. We are passing around a small sphere among our audience to inspect and view this glass. Now, the glass that we're melting here at the museum is not your average glass. This is specifically made for the process that you see in front of you today, referred to as offhand glass making. Oh, so could we take one of these pieces here, reheat it, and manipulate it again? Of course we can. Glass making has no limits. If you can dream of it, if you can think of it, one way or another, it can be made. So yes. I always like to refer to this place as like Disneyland. This is where dreams come true. Because again, glass has no limits. Once again, our visiting artist is playing the role as the gaffer. He is distributing the workload among everyone else. And then we have two pole turners. Their job is to keep that rod turning with the sufficient amount of heat. And we're just waiting for that moment that that glass is shocked into breaking and cracking. We use a file to create a small score line, a hairline fracture that with a tap can be exploited. And now we wait. Keep our fingers crossed. So to repeat what the team just said right now, it's thermal shock that would hopefully crack that mass of glass. And then it's all captured inside of this molten material. So we're still figuring out this technique. So what we've noticed is that it's all or nothing. It's either going to break very little or a lot of breaking. So on our big screen, let's get you a replay of the last piece that we completed because we got a really good intricate crackle effect on the inside. So on our big screen, let's get a replay of the earlier pieces that were sculpted today. Do we have any questions from our audience? Oh, what's up, my man? You guys be giving the good questions. What's up? So where do we keep the glass when it's cooling? So all around us, we have annealers, like this one down here. We call this one a top loader since we load the glass from the top. We have a front loader since we load the glass from the front. We have a bunch of these ovens laying around here, but we have some more sitting in the back of the museum, and that's where we're going to be setting our sculpture. This one will cool down for 10 days. So if we place them inside of that oven, that means we won't use this oven for 10 days. For that reason, we have a specific oven that we like to use when we have a really thick piece that needs several days of annealing time. Question at the very top? What's up, my man? How do we change the colors and keep it clear? So there's various ways that we can apply color to glass. The main way we can apply color to glass is by using color bar. The way color is made is we add different metals from the periodic table of elements. I don't want to confuse you, so I'm just going to say one simple color. Pink glass is made by adding gold. And that's as far as I want to dive into it. And I'm going to pass this color bar around to you, all right? So you can handle this. You can pass it around. Eventually, it'll it'll go to the top. But once again, different metals from the periodic table will produce a different color. So this orange is made with different metals. If you like blue glass, we can add cobalt. Green glass is made by adding chromium or iron. But let's just remember that pink and red glass are made by adding gold. Actual gold. So a color of bar like orange doesn't cost too much. It costs like $20. But when we're looking at red and pink glass, we can triple or quadruple that price point because of the gold they add. So the next phase that we are entering is ensuring that the outside temperature is similar to the inside. Mass holds heat. So although the outside may look cold, it's the inside that we're worried about. Now, before this piece is put away, we are going to give it a quick general shape on the surface. And we are just removing the break-off point that's found at the top portion. You have a question at the top? What's up? What would we do if the glass just fell on the ground? Is that your question? Oh, so here, I'm sorry, I just don't follow the very last part of your question. So what would we do if the blob of glass or the inner part didn't break or crack? Well, we can't make that piece break at this stage anymore, so we're just gonna have to keep it as is. But there's an interesting effect that occurs. Since two masses or two hemispheres were joined together, it creates almost a Saturn ring, a bubble around the inner sphere. You can't really tell up there, but if you look very closely, there's this beautiful bubble captured in between the layers. Oh, that's a lot of weight. Again, we're looking around 60 pounds of solid glass on the end of that rod. We can use wet newspaper to shape the outside of that glass. That is just the Wall Street Journal folded on itself. What's up, my man? You have another question for me? How big can we make glass? As big as you want it to be. So right now we're using this chamber in the center, but we have an even larger one. Some of this equipment that you see in front of you is the largest in the glass industry. Like the rod that we are using, it's one of the biggest ones. We also have another chamber that's even larger than the one that we have on right now. This chamber is big enough for me to fit inside. And I'm pretty big, right? And I can fit inside of that chamber. So if we want to break like a world record, we can do that here at the Museum of Glass. We have a lot of artisans who try to do that. What's up? What is the world record for the largest piece of glass? I believe there's a really giant pumpkin, a glass pumpkin, that was made by a studio out in the East Coast. I don't know exactly the size of it, but I do know they have one of the biggest pieces. Thank you. I'm just going to hang out here with you all since you guys have a lot of questions. Ooh, question at the top. We do have a video of the last piece cracking. We are going to show it to you on the big screen as soon as we, oop, there it is. And that was the last one that we made. So we can keep playing that replay back and forth. Now, unfortunately, this one didn't blow up like the last one, but we still love it. Again, a lot of these pieces belong to our visiting artist. All we ask is that he donates 2 pieces to the museum's collection. Other than that, the rest of the artwork for him to take back to his home studio. Question at the top. What are the temperatures of the oven? So the glory hole, or the reheating chamber we use in the center, is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature where the molten glass is being brought out is about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so about the same temperature as molten lava. If we don't like our piece, we could theoretically melt it once again. We could knock it free and just chuck it back inside of our furnace. It would take maybe 2 days to completely melt, but we could reuse that glass. it in. Oh, so have we ever done it where on the inside of the sphere we can trap water? I would have to ask our visiting our hot shop team. Oh, so I do know we do have fire and ice events here at the museum. We order a bunch of ice blocks and then we use it as a mold that we can blow inside the glass into. We've also dropped ice inside of a vessel. It creates a crackle effect on the very outside. It looks like it's broken. If the massive glass is hot enough, it can stay at a molten state so those cracks don't are only on the surface and not deep inside the molecular level of the glass. Yes, it does evaporate. I don't believe that will be possible since the glass will just evaporate, or the water itself will just evaporate. But it will leave a crackle effect left behind. Hey, welcome back. How's it going? Question at the top? How cold are the ovens that cool down the glass? Our ovens are sitting about 890 degrees Fahrenheit, so pretty much double what Papa Murphy's recommends to cook their pizzas at. We could burn it easily, half the time too. Oh man, I just got some valuable information, everyone. All right. So this piece, we want to continue making these. We only have a limited amount of space sitting in our annealer. So what our team has decided to do is to reuse and recycle it, of course. We're not going to keep it. It's going to go inside of our furnace on our right-hand side of the studio. This furnace is running low on glass right now. There's about, let's open it. Let's see how much glass there is. It's hard to sometimes determine how much glass is inside, but I would say the glass level is approximately right here, maybe 600 pounds, maybe a little bit more than that. So we're gonna place it back inside of our furnace. We've turned it up, so overnight this glass will bake, and tomorrow morning we can reuse this glass to make some beautiful artwork. This is fun. Oh man, this is what we're here for. We're here to push the limits of glasses on our form, fuel creativity using glass as the medium, and really just here to explore. We know we're not going to keep this piece of glass, so let's reuse it. We're just going to make sure that no one takes all that weight on their back. We're going to use all this equipment that we have around the museum. I got your door. I got the door. We are trained professionals. Do not try this at home. Let's find out what happens. Well, we want to thank everyone for joining us this lovely morning. Happy Friday, everyone. We will be returning at approximately 1 hour, and then we can continue our demonstration. We have a few projects to get to. When we return, we will be making some more spheres. We will also be translating actual buoys into glass. So we have a few different projects to get to when we return this afternoon in approximately 1 hour. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We will be taking our lunch break, but can we get a round of applause to our visiting artist and Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Happy Friday. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you later on. Can we see the ball inside? We can only see the very top of the ball. Unfortunately, we cannot. When we try to get cameras in there, they just melt the lens. And another thing is, cameras don't capture the heat of the glass. Most cameras have a very weak infrared sensor, and so it looks almost like purple on cameras. Did Gabe get that fire video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
First thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work. This is kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively. So I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection. You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum. but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance. So I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season. So I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low pressure environment.
Really, the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds. And it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish. In the sense that, we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just it's been a slow boat. You gotta it has to be sincere.
My name is Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
Not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the glass museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the bridge of glass.
Bridge of glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. I'm going to put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product. You know, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to glass museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists, not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa!
the Museum of Glass is creating many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
I'm Nancy Callan from Seattle, Washington. Glass is so mysterious and so fluid and it just sucks you in. Wanting to just do the best you can do and make the coolest things you can make is probably the biggest driving force for me. It's really hard work, but it's so much fun. And you're surrounded by people that you love and people that just want you to succeed. It's been a really great year for me in the way of doing different residencies, also teaching, and just meeting a lot of really great people, and feeling the freedom of just being on my own too, and just making my own work. It's really great.
Ready?
I started making wall panels. It's an old technique of where you blow a cylinder, you cut it open, and you slump it open. And then we do a slice down the middle, put it in the kiln, standing up. When it's up to temperature, we lay it down and kind of coax this open. And really what I'm thinking about is patterns. And so far, I've just kept it to black and white. And I have a graphic design background, and this is really kicking into my graphics design, side of me. And I started keeping a sketchbook, and then I just started thinking about, well, why not put the designs on, flat panels, see them flat, and it would be like pages in my sketchbook, and it would be like a documentation of all these patterns. So that's kind of where the idea started developing. Also, it's kind of a nice way to just experiment with the patterns and designs and not have to think about the form. It's very freeing to be able to just put it down and make a cylinder. So I've been really excited about them, and I feel like I'm just starting.
fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project with the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And that, just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, like 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something. So
there's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in. Yet this program kept me together. It's helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists.
We are Hilltop Artists.
Hilltop artists.
My name is Paul Cunningham, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. My work is mainly vessel-oriented. If it's about anything, it's the act of blowing glass and sort of a contrast in surface decoration. I like to use the whole rainbow of colors, from bright colors to black and white to the earth tones. Inspiration comes a lot from ceramic form. I've been doing a bunch of research about clay pieces that have been made mostly within the last 30 years, nothing too far back.
What are those guys for? And then those, I'm gonna put the bigger color over the smaller color. We'll make kind of a long bubble, and I'll neck down most of it, punny that up, and store it here. And that'll be the bottom of these Sciarpa pieces that we'll make.
This week I plan on approaching a series that I used to work on, that I've worked on in the past just a little bit. It's called Sciarpa. It means scarf in Italian. And it deals with the process of joining 3 different bubbles together and making a non-traditional forms out of them. That's the first thing I'd like to do. The second thing I'd like to do is continue where I left off last time I had my week here 3 years ago. I worked with a bunch of different of the glass color rods like you see here. I reheat them back up and make little squares out of them, and then lay them out in sort of a mosaic pattern, and along with some other real linear details made out of glass that I affix to the pieces, and then make some real simple shapes out of them. Actually, they're more like a bowl shape. Those are the 2 main things that I'd like to do this week.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection? You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I'm successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum. but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance, so I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season, so I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low-pressure environment.
Really, the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds, and it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish. In the sense that, we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just to spin a slow boat. You gotta have, it has to be sincere.
My name's Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
Not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the glass museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the bridge of glass.
Bridge of glass is secretly a car. I think that's what it is.
Kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. I'm gonna put all these. I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product, you know, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the Glass Museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists not get involved in the kids, but the Museum of Glass is creating many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
I'm Nancy Callan from Seattle, Washington. Glass is so mysterious and so fluid and it just sucks you in. Wanting to like just do the best you can do and make the coolest things you can make is like probably the biggest driving force for me. It's really hard work, but it's so much fun. And you know, you're surrounded by people that you love and people that just want you to succeed. It's been a really great year for me in the way of doing different residencies, also teaching, and just meeting a lot of really great people, and end up feeling the freedom of just being on my own too, and just making my own work. It's really great.
Ready?
I started making wall panels. It's an old technique of where you blow a cylinder, you cut it open, and you slump it open. And then we do a slice down the middle, put it in the kiln, standing up. When it's up to temperature, we lay it down and kind of coax this open. And really what I'm thinking about is patterns. And so far, I've just kept it to black and white. And I have a graphic design background, and this is really like kicking into my graphics design, side of me. And I started keeping a sketchbook, and then I just started thinking about, well, why not put the designs on, flat panels, see them flat, and it would be like pages in my sketchbook, and it would be like a documentation of all these patterns. So that's kind of where the idea started developing. Also, it's kind of a nice way to just experiment with the patterns and designs and not have to think about the form. It's very freeing to be able to just put it down and make a cylinder. So I've been really excited about them, and I feel like I'm just starting.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying 2 contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And that, just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, I think 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something, so.
There's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in, yet this program kept me together. It helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists.
Hilltop Artists.
Now we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Friday. Every single day is a good day here at the Museum of Glass. But we'd like to thank you for stopping by our studio. This is part of a residency program. So today we have a visiting artist, Rhodes, who is on our left-hand side of the studio. Actually, he stepped off for a second, but I'll introduce our visiting artists throughout our demonstration. We'll learn about today's process. And my name is David. If you have questions throughout the demonstration, you let me know. You raise your hand or shout my name, and I'll be right on over. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful medium. Now, before we started, I did step out and talk a little bit about what's going to be created here today. I believe we will get started by creating a solid glass sphere that's encased within another sphere. Now, we began this residency on Wednesday, and we began by creating the spheres that you see on our table here today. We do have one that I can pass around. It's on my side here, and I will make sure to hand this out to our front. That's not the one. So it's okay. We can hand out one of these smaller spheres. It's this one anyways. So we can pass that around. Everyone can inspect it, check it out. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to crack one of those inside of a larger, massive glass. So the way we're going to crack it is by not even heating it up. We're just going to pick one of these and attach them to the hot molten glass, and hopefully the molten glass, due to the heat that's involved, it's going to crack and break it. And hopefully we can conceal that all within a hot mass of glass. During our demonstration, our mass will weigh about 60 pounds or so when it's complete. Now, we're going to break each hemisphere or the sphere itself into two parts. So one team will gather the bottom half while the second team gathers the top half. Eventually, we will join the hemispheres together. Now, as our team begins here shortly, I just want to introduce the equipment that we are working with. Now, directly in front of us, we have a reheating chamber. Now, this oven is called a glory hole. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm going to open it. Or would you guys like me to open it? I should ask, because it is going to get a little hot. Do I hear? Okay, that's head nodding. That's good enough for me. So this chamber, again, 2,300 degrees. Unlike other ovens, it is turned off at night to save energy. But let's quickly open these doors and flood our studio with a little bit of heat. If it ever gets cold in our studio, we can just open up one of these annealer or glory holes for our audience. And the next time you come around, bring some marshmallows, everyone. We can make some s'mores down here in our hot shop studio. Again, about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, these ovens are turned off at night to save energy. So about 5 o'clock today, we will shut them down. And they take about 2 hours, I would say, to climb back up to its 2,300 degree mark. We also have another glory hole down right next to it. It's one of the largest ones in the globe. So a lot of the equipment that you're seeing here today, some of the largest in the glass industry. Another piece of equipment that I want to introduce is our glass furnace, where all our molten material, all the glass that we're working with will be brought out of our glass furnace. That's our oven on your left-hand side, and this one is slightly cooler than the actual reheat oven. Now, our furnace will, none of that. It will be on all year around for about 10 years. That's right, 10 years before it's turned off to do maintenance. So these ovens really have the heart of a champion. So I want to point out that the rods that we're going to be using to create this, we're using some of the largest rods. There is no blowpipe involved. A better term for glass blowing would be glass making, but it just happens to be that the term glass blowing is what's stuck with our medium. Although it's a very critical part of the demonstration, the blowing part is only about like 10% of the actual demonstration. But once again, there is no blowpipe involved for today's demonstration. Now, if you have any questions throughout the demonstration, you let me know. We do have a glass sphere that's being passed around the studio. That sphere will later be used for a sculpture to crack the inside of a massive glass. Now, as our team are warming up, we always preheat the steel rod that we're going to be using. This will ensure that the glass will adequately adhere to the surface. We then dip the rod in water to clean the palette that we're working on. Then we can enter the furnace for the first layer of clear glass. Now, it's due to the consistency, the viscosity of the glass that allows us to collect it or gather it on the end of the rod on contact. If we gather on a cold rod, there's a possibility that that glass doesn't adhere properly and can fall off a cold rod. So once again, we're looking for about 900 degrees Fahrenheit on the end of the rod, which should look a little red and orange. We can also preheat our rods in a pipe warmer, approximately 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Sayuri has that red-orange glow coming from the rod. Again, she dips it to clean her palette and then enters the furnace for the first layer. Now, our team of glassmakers that we have here are trained professionals. Although they make the process look very easy, it's because they have trained in a similar studio like the one you see here today for many decades. Now, I do want to point out that each rod is a little bit different, although they're made from the same alloy, which is stainless steel. Stainless steel being a very poor conductor of heat. And I can take that sphere back. And if someone didn't get a chance to see the sphere, just let me know and I can bring it right on over. Now we're going back to the blowpipes. They're made out of stainless steel, a poor conductor of heat. So if you take a close inspection, you'll notice that the rod slowly becomes a dull gray and a black. We typically do not place our hand on the discoloration you see on the rod, but rather it's directly behind that where there is still some brightness coming from that rod. The way a glassmaker will describe what they are making is typically by the amount of dips or gathers that we take. At this stage, we can describe our mass of glass as 2 gathers. Now, Manny's just going to use gravity and a wooden block to ensure we have a nice light bulbous shape on the end of that rod. It's going to maximize the surface area, which can increase the amount of glass that's gathered the next time around. A symmetrical shape will also ensure that we can maintain control over the hot layer that's about to be added. Now, most wooden tools we use are made out of some form of fruit wood, like cherry wood, which contains more moisture and can expand the lifespan of our wooden tools. Either way, they live in water their whole life to ensure that they are waterlogged all the way to the core. This is a little advanced move that happened right now. One of our teammates sprayed a little bit of water inside of our furnace. This will minimize the amount of air bubbles that can be gathered on our mass. Air bubbles in this case can be kind of bad, and they aren't always aesthetically pleasing. So to minimize the air bubbles, we can spray water inside, which will cause the air bubbles on the surface to burst. So the team on our left-hand side, they have the rod on which everything will be built on. We have another glass maker joining us, Gabe, on our left-hand side. I believe he will move to the center here shortly. Now, Gabe has what will be the top hemisphere of our large solid glass sphere. Again, this is going to be a lot of weight. At the end, we're going to be looking at about 25 to 30 pounds of glass on each rod. I do want to correct that Manny, the gentleman down on our left-hand side, he's going to be moving to the center. That's going to be the base on which everything is built on. The team members wearing the Museum of Glass blue t-shirts, that is our staff here at the museum. These are full-time professional glass makers. Now, we are here to push the limits of glass as an art form. So every week here during the summer, we will host a different visiting artist from across the globe. If you join us next week, we will for sure be having a different visiting artist. And that's how we roll and operate here at the Museum of Glass, constantly pushing the material by inviting artisans from across the globe. Our visiting artist here today is joining us in the center, Jay Rhodes. Now, he has a Bachelor's of Arts from the Center College in Danville, Kentucky, and an MFA from the Tyler School of Art in Temple University. He is represented by the Tobin Hewitt Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky, and is a former member of the Glass Art Society Board of Directors. He is now the professor at the University of Louisville at the Art Institute, where he began back in 2005, but was also the head of the Southern Illinois University at Carbondale Glass Department, which he left, again, back in 2005. He is now here to explore and expand upon different ideas, working with both the positive and negative effects of glass. We have a few different projects we will be working through for these next few days, including our giant solid spheres, but also spinning tops that I believe we will get to later today. Again, if you have any questions about today's demonstration, you can raise your hand or shout my name, and I'll be right on over. Our visiting artist is playing the role as the gaffer. The gaffer is in charge of creating today's sculpture. And you'll notice that our visiting artist will distribute the workload among everyone else. He's going to save his energy for the final and more critical moments of today's demonstration. Yes, I love that. You have a question at the top. Yes. Is the color varying inside of the furnace? So here at the museum, we only melt clear glass. We melt clear glass so we can have the availability to use all the colors of the rainbow. If we wish to use color, we purchase it from a manufacturer, and it comes to us in a solid bar form. Depending on how big our piece is, we can use the full color bar, or we can just use a few inches worth of that color. The color itself is made by adding different metals of the periodic table of elements. To create a red glass, we can add gold oxide to it. Actual gold oxide will produce the most beautiful red and pink glass you've ever seen. To create maybe a blue glass, we can add cobalt. Green glass is made by adding chromium or iron. I have a bar of orange that I'm going to pass around our audience. And again, the manufacturer will just add different metal oxides to clear glass. We could make colored glass here at the museum. We could take our furnace we have on our right and add a little bit of cobalt, which will produce blue glass. I like blue glass. I'm okay with having it, but I don't know if Manu wants blue glass. I don't know if our visiting artist wants blue glass. So for that reason, we only melt clear glass. And I love these questions, so at any time, you let me know. And I see quite a few members out in our audience here today, so I'd like to stop and thank our members. We love and appreciate all our members. Memberships go back a long way. They fund the Museum of Glass, both through our Visiting Artist program, our Kids Design Glass program, and our Hot Shop Heroes, where veterans from Joint Base Lewis McChord can use glass blowing as an art therapy. And the Museum of Glass is a leader in this program. Well, we are getting ready for another layer of clear glass. But notice that our team, they're not in a rush to gather. That's because instead of working harder, we're going to be working smarter. The cold core will adhere A, more glass, and B, it's not going to get as crazy to control this massive glass. So by giving it a few minutes, we are able to maintain more control over the hot layer. So is the design of the museum, this cone-shaped building, functional for glassmaking, essentially? So this building was designed after Tacoma's history. So Tacoma was founded on a logging center. We actually were the logging capital of the globe with over 73 lumber mills in our area. The lumber industry would burn a lot of excess wood and sawdust in incinerators like this, called wigwam burners or beehive burners. They look very similar to this. And that's where our architect, Arthur D. Erickson, got the influence of this design. Now, in Europe, there's glass blowing studios in a very similar cone-shaped structure, so it is a very functional shape. However, I do not know if our architect knew this information when he designed this building, but it is very functional. We have a giant fan at the top that accelerates the hot air rising, and then there's also an air system right below where everyone's sitting, so there's constant fresh air flowing into our hot shop floor. I would say it's hotter where you're sitting than where I roam around. That's why I can wear a cardigan and a sweater during the summer. It's really nice down here. Yeah, no problem. And if you're interested in learning more about Tacoma's history, I would recommend walking across Tacoma's waterfront, especially on a sunny day like today. It is just a beautiful place to hang out, and there's also information panels you can read about Tacoma's history. And it's only about 10 minutes away from here. It's a beautiful walk, by the way, if you're just visiting our Tacoma area. Again, the waterfront is highly recommend it. If you like walks on the beach, go to the waterfront. Well, we have various shaping tools. You notice the team on our left is using a wooden block. Again, it's a bulbous shape to ensure that we have a symmetrical shape. Now, in the center of the studio, our visiting artist is using a wet pad of newspaper. Yeah, that's right, some plain old newspaper. Now, we are pretty picky here at the museum. We only burn the Wall Street Journal. That's for various reasons, but it's a great quality newspaper that we can use. Now, all around the hot shop floor, we have these steel tables. Now, they may be at the perfect height for sitting, but they're perfect to shape the contours of the glass. The key difference between the steel table and some of the other shaping tools is that this steel table steals a lot more heat than maybe the newspapers, which create a softer shaping device. So at this time, the team is pushing as much of the usable glass off of the rod. Where the glass and the rod meet, we call the moil. So we have a pretty large moil of glass. But as our mass gets larger, that moil also needs to double in size. Ooh, Gabe's taking this big gather. Now, a lot of glass making with the weight that we're working on is technique, knowing where our hand is placed and also how to pivot. Oh, that's an insane amount of glass, Gabe. That's all solid. No bubble. It's not hollow. Again, at the end, we're going to be looking about 30 pounds of glass on the end of the rod. Our team that we have here, they're incredibly talented, specifically when working with a large scale. Oftentimes, when artisans come to the museum, they really wish to push the limits and the weight that they can work with. Well, luckily, we have a team that's highly experienced with working with large masses of glass. You want the fan off? I'm not a professional. So you'll notice that on both ends, we've created a constriction or a weak spot. We call this a jack line. The jack line is the location where we will separate what will be the usable glass from the steel rod. Now, although there's still a lot more shaping to be done, we have already created a weak spot to separate the glass. So when we use wooden paddles, we're just using them to shape our teammates from the radiating heat coming from the glass, which is well over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, hot air rises, so when our hands are right on top, it's when we experience most of the heat. When we're going in for a heat using the glory holes, again, the reheating chambers or the barrels on their side lined with fire brick, made to insulate and keep the heat inside, we're not always directly staring inside of these chambers. Rather, there is a screen mesh next to the shields that we can stare through that can minimize the amount of heat that we're exposed to. So here we go with creating, again, a jack line. That's the weak spot. It's how we separate the usable glass from the steel rod itself. And this move always happens early in the demonstration, really before there's a final shape. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions? If you're joining us, welcome to the museum. I think the best view of the whole process is always in our top balcony, right where the speaker's at. Whenever it's slow here at the museum, that's where I hang out at. It's really a nice view. Some of the best photos and videos I've ever seen have always been coming from the top balcony. Like I mentioned earlier, hot air rises though, so that's probably one of the hottest points at the museum, but the view is really worth it. Question at the top here. Where does the glass come from that we melt? So the glass that we're melting here is coming all the way from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. They are mining a quartz mountain, which gives us the basic ingredient of glass that we use, which is silica. They also add other ingredients like soda ash and lime. However, the amount of each material is unknown. Only the manufacturer knows that. So it's a top secret formula. And if we find out that formula, we can make a pretty penny, definitely. But all glass is made differently. Like Coca-Cola glass is made for an industrial setting, so their glass is made to lose its heat very rapidly. We could work with Coca-Cola glass here, but the majority of the demonstration would be spent heating the glass. So I know we have a color bar floating around. If everyone got a chance to view it, I can take it. If not, you're more than welcome to keep passing it around. We are getting closer to smashing our glass together. Once again, we hope that the interior sphere will just break and crack. In order to do so, we are just using a room temperature sphere. We're not preheating it. We're just gonna grab it and attach it. We've also scored some lines in the glass. Hopefully this will give it another weak spot where the glass can begin to break and crack due to the thermodynamics that will be happening. Now we've learned that it's either going to break all the way or we're going to get hairline fractures. We're hoping that that the inside piece completely shatters, but is captured between our molten layers. Now, this technique that we're using here is all coming from the experience of our hot shop team. Something like this has probably never really been explored and created, so it's up to our hot shop staff and visiting artists to figure out a technique to get something that looks similar to our chalk drawing. So this information can't just be Googled. It is all coming from the memory banks of our visiting artist experience. Oh, it looks like we're ready. Well, for my my audience at the top, if you want to post something on social media, Instagram, Facebook, something cool, show your family and friends, you should definitely hit record on your smartphone. Because of thermodynamics. If everything was done perfectly, that glass here in a few moments should just shatter and break. It's going to get too hot too quickly, is what we're hoping for, of course. Well, we scored the jackline again, the weak spot that we made earlier in the demonstration, and now we wait. Everyone, knock on wood. So we're still trying to figure out all these techniques, figuring out what's the best way, everyone. Again, this information just can't be Googled. This is the first time something like this is being explored. I do want to point out that the rod that we're using is one of the largest ones that the glass manufacturer makes. So we are pretty much maxing out our equipment when it comes to using this rod. Well, we were fortunate that earlier today we made one that worked very well, and I'd love to show you that quick replay video on our big screen here shortly. So once we get that loaded in, we'll play that quick replay for you on our big screen here. But we're just going to wait a moment because there is something that I do want to explain that's going on here with mass and how heat works. Now, although the outside may be cool, it's the inside that we're worried about. It's the inside that's still at its molten state. So for that reason, we're going to, at this moment, watch our video of one of our very successful pieces that cracked and broke. Now, that piece is cooling down right now in a controlled environment. Eventually, the one that we have now will join that prior sculpture in a cooling oven. So you'll notice since we're working with a lot of weight, our teammates is now even wearing batting gloves, giving him the extra grip he needs to turn the rod. And another thing is we're not rotating the rod as much anymore. We're also putting the weight a lot on our hips rather than our forearms. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions at this moment? I can take the color rod if we pass it forward. Thank you very much. How are you feeling, Manny?
Like my daughter's sitting on the other. She weighs about 45 pounds.
So,
If she sat on the end of a shovel, we could probably about the same.
So when we're working with glass, although it may not seem like a lot of weight on the end, it may seem like 60 pounds. That's nothing. That's what I max out at the gym, right? But remember that it's all on the end of the rod, so it can feel like you're going fishing with, in this case, 4 bowling balls on the end of a fishing rod. Well, notice we're using a propane torch. It's about 2,500 degrees. And notice the area that we are torching. We're pretty much only torching where the rod and the glass meet, called the moil. That's because the rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass itself. So if this piece is going to break, crack, it's going to start from the moil where it's quickly losing heat. For that reason, we are counteracting the rod by placing more heat. Well, a very interesting bubble is captured between both layers, almost looking like a Saturn ring is captured. If you look very closely from this end, we can even see that Saturn bubble that's captured. So if you're wondering, well, what other techniques have we tried? Well, we've tried placing the sphere in the freezer and then bringing it out and then attaching it. Only condensation happens and occurs, so it's like a weird kind of a air bubble that's trapped. So we've tried that idea before. And we're still exploring. We're still figuring this out. We don't understand exactly why it's not breaking, although we have some success sometimes, and sometimes we don't. Glass is has mysterious properties. One thing that I always found very particular about glass and fond of is that although it's solid, even the glassware in your home, your cups, bowls, windows, the glass is classified as an amorphous solid, which means it changes its properties due to the environment around it. But even at its solid state, theoretically, glass is still a liquid since it's yet to form crystalline structure. So the molecules are still moving. Although it'll be at a very slow rate, theoretically, all the glassware in your home is still a liquid. I find that very amusing about glass. Some people believe that glass should be in its own state of matter, called the glassy state, for that reason. So to repeat what Gabe said right now, if this piece was to blow up, it should have blown up within the first minute it met the glass. At this stage, it probably won't break anymore. Now, what we're doing now is we're just evening the heat out. Again, the inside is still probably at a molten state. The outside is quite cool, but if we put this away too hot, it's just going to slump. The internal heat will cause gravity to just flatten out. For that reason, we need just to wait. And the thicker the pieces, the longer time we wait. The next phase that we will go into is to set this piece inside of a controlled environment called an annealer. We have annealers all around the hot shop floor right now, but the annealer that we will be using is located behind the museum. Either way, it's sitting at 890 degrees. And it will be the home of everything that's produced here today for the next 10 days. So our piece is so massive that if we were just to anneal it within a day or two, it's not enough to stabilize the molecules of the glass. So the thicker the glass is, the longer the annealing cycle needs to be. When we look at the history of glass making, melting sand into glass, that was easy. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history. And even the Egyptians struggled with this. They would just bury their glass in hot sand and hope that it didn't break. But nowadays, we know better. There's a formula that we can use to determine how long it should stay inside of a controlled environment. And the Museum of Glass has also kept records of the past annealing cycles that we have done on various thicknesses of projects done here at the museum. So we do keep record of that information here at the museum. Who knows, maybe in a few years we might have another artisan who wants to work with this size of thickness. So the raw material that's placed inside of our furnace, what does it come in? Does it come as a chip? So the glass that we melt here is from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. Again, it comes to us in a boxes like this. So inside of these boxes, there's paper bags. They're not open right now. I wish they were open. But they look like lunch bags. And inside, there's silica sand, soda ash, and lime. That is the starting material. And we refer to this as batch. Batch means that the glass has yet to be melted. You can buy it in a pre-melted nugget. Some people believe it's better, some people don't. Essentially, every time glass is melted, you melt out stabilizers and fluxes, which means you get a poor quality melt. For that reason, we only use high-end glass here at the museum, which comes in a batch form, so powdered form. Yeah, no problem. And if you have questions, please. Question, yes. So since we didn't get the full the full explosion, could we place it back inside of our furnace and remelt it? Yes, we can. And we actually did that earlier today. The one we made before lunch didn't get that bubble and it didn't get the crack. So we just decided to toss it back inside of our furnace. We could toss it, but we want to keep this one because of that bubble that's trapped. But our furnace on the right is currently melting the previous one. What we would do is we would just break it inside, and then we would turn up our furnace so it can melt. And then I think that sphere would take maybe a day or 2 days to fully melt. Either way, we still need to bake that glass to ensure that we have a good quality mix. So even here at the Museum of Glass, we don't use more than 20% recycled glass in our furnaces, because once again, every time you melt glass, you melt out stabilizers and fluxes, so you get a poor quality melt. If we go above 20%, you will visually see different streaks and marks of that glass because it was recycled so much. That's why when you look at like Mexican glass, a lot of that glass is recycled a lot of times, and even Chinese glass has been recycled numerous times, so you can see impurities in that glass. Does the volume change of the raw material as it's melted? I believe glass shrinks about less than 1% when it's cooled down. So it's not like ceramics that melt over 10%. It's a lot less. Hi. Happy Friday. Ooh, so what happens if that piece is accidentally just dropped on the ground? We will do everything we can to save it, so we might try to pick it up, but there comes a state where just toss it, start all over again. We don't settle here at the Museum of Glass. If it doesn't look right on the end of the rod, it's not going to look right in our hands, so might as well start all over. So that piece will just plop on the ground. It's not going to break, shatter. It might get a facade or a flat side, but nothing too bad that we couldn't fix. It wouldn't adhere to the concrete right away. It would just crack and explode the concrete. I've tried that before. So what are we looking for when we're breaking this piece free? Once again, we're just ensuring that the outside temperature is similar to the temperature outside. Mass holds heat, since the interior is going to be a lot hotter. We've been taking just these quick heats, just making sure the skin gets hot. Now, we've been torching the very back, the moil portion. Again, that's where the clear glass and the rod meet. What we're looking for is a slight movement, just a very little movement. That tells the glass makers that when we break this piece free, that the glass is simply too hot for a crack to spread into the rest of the sculpture. I had mentioned that, unfortunately, we will be using an annealer that's behind the museum. This is because this annealer will cool down for 10 days. So we can't use this oven for 10 days. So for that reason, we have an oven that's specifically made for long cycles. Depending on the thickness of the glass, it will vary its length inside of one of these annealers. Telescope glass that's extremely thick will anneal for about 3 weeks. Now, our glass isn't quite that thick, so 10 days should be perfectly fine. If you want to see these pieces in their completed form, I would recommend you follow the Museum of Glass on Instagram, where we post videos and updates about the past visiting artists. Now, one of our team members suited up in a heat protective layer, Kevlar gloves, Kevlar jacket, and face protection. This is gonna give them a protective barrier so when this piece is grabbed and placed into the annealer. A slight tap causes the vibrations to break this piece free and off the rod. What a beautiful clean break. What a beautiful sculpture. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artists and the rest of the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? Well, there is still so much time to get through, so we are going to continue our demonstrations here at the museum. We just asked for a few minutes to transition over into our next sculpture. Plus, that rod that we use, it's one of the largest in the industry, and we only have one of those rods. So we need to wait for the glass that's on it to break off cleanly. We'll just dip it in some water, give it some time, and within 5 minutes, or around 5 minutes, we'll go ahead and get started once again. For that reason, we'll play a quick video on our big screen here about how the Museum of Glass made airplanes earlier last year, this unique project that the Museum of Glass took on. So on our big screen here, let's get our MJ Murdoch Charitable Trust airplane video.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying 2 contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape, and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Well, we are going to get started with our demonstration in a few moments. We're just waiting for our rod to be ready. It needs to preheat up to 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We're looking for a little red and orange glow coming from it. Still not quite there. In the meantime, however, I can open the doors of our center chamber if we would like to feel some of the heat that the glass makers face. I'm more than welcome to do that. So very quickly to introduce us to the Hot Shop Studio and the temperatures that we work with. This chamber that I'm going to open is at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's very hot. Even if you're sitting at the top row, you're still going to feel some of this heat. During the winter, oh man, it's amazing to be a glass blower. I can close it. Well, we do have a state-of-the-art hot shop in front of you all, but we also have a state-of-the-art cold shop. This is where centuries-old glass carving and cutting techniques are used to polish or even clean up the material. So our visiting artist, Rhodes, has gone to the back of the museum. He just came back, but what he did was he eliminated a marking that was left over. Now it's ready to be used in one of these larger sculptures. What's going to be happening is on Wednesday, we started off by making these spheres on our table. They're slowly disappearing because we're placing them inside of the hot molten mass. We're going to try a different technique to hopefully achieve a crackled effect on the inside. I believe the team is talking about hitting it with the hammer as it's being attached also, hopefully causing that real piece to give it that extra break it needs, separation. Well, I do want to give a heads up that the process has begun on our left-hand side. Now, that mass of glass will eventually make its way to the center of the shop studio. Now, we're going to be separating our giant sphere of glass onto two hemispheres. One hemisphere will be done in the center, while the second hemisphere will be done on the left-hand side. So what the team has set up here is a periscope. We're trying to see the stress inside of the glass using this periscope. So at this time, I do want to introduce our visiting artist, Rhodes, who is closely standing by now. He has a bachelor's of art from the Center College in Danville, Kentucky, and he also has an MFA from the Tyler School of Art from Temple University. He is represented by the Tobin Hewitt Gallery in Louisville, Kentucky, and is a former member of the Glass Art Society Board of Directors. He was also the head of the Southern Illinois University of Carbondale Glass Department, but he left that job to become the professor at the University of Louisville at the Art Institute, which he began back in 2005. Our visiting artist is very recognized in our glass community and is now on tour. So he is going to be traveling across the U.S. After this residency, he's also been invited to be an instructor at the world-renowned Pilchuck Glass School located in Stanwood, Washington, about 2 hours north from our Tacoma area we are located in now. So in July 27th begins his class where he's going to be teaching students from across the globe the wonderful process of glass blowing. Our visiting artist is referred to as our gaffer. The gaffer is the term we use for the person in charge. So you'll notice our visiting artist communicating among the team and distributing the workload among everyone else. Now he's going to be saving his energy for the more critical moments of today's demonstration. Until then, you'll notice that the team has already begun the demonstration. You'll notice that the team is only using steel rods. There is no blowpipe involved in today's demonstration. Glass blowing is a very misleading term because we are not always blowing through a blowpipe. Just in today's case, there is no blowpipe involved. Either way, the rods are made from the same material. A stainless steel alloy is used, which is a poor conductor of heat. That way, the heat is not being transferred all the way from the molten mass to the steel rod. Well, one of our main shaping tools is a wooden block. These wooden blocks live in water their entire lifespan. So they are waterlogged down to the core and center. process of gathering and blocking will be repeated until we have enough mass of glass to join them together. Each rod will have approximately 30 pounds of molten material. Well, we are sure on the way. We have a lot more glass to gather, and we still have a lot more time for today's demonstration. Now, my name is David. If you have any questions about today's demonstration, I am more than happy. So why do we go to the left of the studio? What's over there? So we have a pipe cooler. When we gather, most of the heat is introduced on that gather. So the pipe cooler is just cold water that we run on the surface of the rod, which in turn will cool it down. So the rods that we use are made out of stainless steel, a poor conductor of heat. Now, even with this poor conductor of heat, the heat is still being transferred. If you take a close inspection of the rod, notice where Gabe keeps his hand. Notice where our gaffer keeps his hand. Directly behind any discoloration you see on the rod. Towards the tip, it becomes dull gray and black. That's the danger portion of the rod. If we place our hand there, guaranteed we're going home early with a severe burn. There is still a lot more gathering to get to before we are ready to join our hemispheres together. We're just making sure that both pieces, both hemispheres have a similar diameter, so when they meet one another, we're going to create a perfect sphere using them, essentially. Oh, so we're not blowing air through our piece here today. So glass blowing is very misleading. We don't have a blowpipe here today. We are glass making is a better term. Yep, there's not going to be any air involved. We are creating this sculpture that we see on our chalk drawing. We have these spheres that we've made here. We're going to use all of these spheres throughout the demonstration. We've chosen one. We're going to use it room temperature. We're just going to stick it inside of there. Hopefully thermal shock will crack the inner sphere. We're also going to have a hammer standing by just to give it another hit. Hopefully that causes it to break and crack some more. Question. So what is our energy source? Is it electric or is it natural gas? Our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas. We even have like a direct line to the gas company. I don't know exactly what the number or what the figure is of what we're going through. I am not aware of that. I never asked the museum because I want to own a studio one day, and if I know that number, I'm going to break my heart. Never going to want a studio. So I just don't ask. That's my solution. How does this get funded? Is it funded by admission? Yes, it is, of course. Just by coming in here, everyone, you're supporting the Museum of Glass and all the programs we fund. This is how we stay open, just by coming into the museum. We really do appreciate all our audience members and memberships. Memberships go back a long way. That is a big way we're also funded. A membership will grant you access unlimited times to the Museum of Glass, and all the proceeds fund different programs like our visiting artists, our Kids Design Glass, where any child can submit a drawing to the museum, and then also our program we run with Joint Base Lewis McChord, so part of the Wounded Warrior program called the Hot Shop Heroes. We're a leader in this program. We're Joint Base Lewis McChord veterans who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and brain trauma use glass blowing as an art therapy. And we're a leading institution part of this program. Is there a fan up there, or is there a... Oh, so that piece of equipment up there is just a fan. It's just made to accelerate the hot air rising. So we're in a very functional cone-shaped funnel. So hot air naturally rises, and then that fan up there will accelerate it. So we stay cool. Do we reclaim any of the heat? Most of the heat that's being reclaimed is reclaimed inside of our furnaces. The exhaust that you see up there is getting rid of the bad air that we can't reuse. But we do reclaim a lot of the heat that's used. Is it used for hot water in the building? The reheated, or the heat that we're reusing is used to reheat the incoming gas that's going inside of our furnace. So we refer to it as a recuperator. And that technology is built inside of our furnaces. And it's some of the newest technology in glass making too. So we're really happy that we have this equipment. We measure how much gas the Museum of Glass is using also and record it for future information. And it looks like we're getting ready to fuse both masses together. Oh. All right, folks. Well, thank you again so much for stopping by. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. It's time now to fuse our masses together. So we're still figuring out this medium, figuring out what's the best way to achieve this crack. We tried freezing the ball, the sphere. We tried placing it in the freezer, and then right before we place it, we bring it out of the freezer. That didn't really work too well. We have also tried scoring the sphere and also just dropping it on the ground before we place it. So due to thermodynamics, that inner sphere should have broken. It should have just cracked. It should have got too hot too quickly. But that's not necessarily occurring all the time. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Even us, we don't exactly know what's going on. Either way, this beautiful bubble is captured between the layers. All right, so this is a lot of weight that we're working with. Again, around 60 pounds of solid glass on the end of that rod. Now, when we enter the glory hole, this reheating chamber, sitting at 2,300 degrees, it's getting everything hot. So we need to turn faster to counteract gravity to create the centrifugal force. And you can see even our team that is specifically trained to work with oversized sculptures, they're even wearing or in this case, Gabe is wearing a leather glove, giving him that extra grip he needs. And even teamwork. Glass blowing is all team-based. It is possible to work by yourself, but at this scale, you can easily forget about it. It's not going to happen by yourself. Oh, look at that. So I also want to point out that what we're doing right now is we're just letting the temperatures even out. The inside is well over 2,000 degrees, while the outside is well below that. So what we're trying to do here is just ensure that the inside and the outside are similar. For that reason, we're going to do a lot of small flashes. We're just going to be hanging out here a little bit, taking a quick heat, ensuring that the outside is cooling down at an even temperature. Our main section that we're worried about is our moil. The moil is where the glass and the rod meet one another. Now, the rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass. So if this piece is going to break, crack, it's going to start from back here where the moil is located. As long as we can maintain the temperature of the moil above 1800 degrees, a crack won't form or even spread. So if you're wondering about the glass that we use here at the museum, well, it's delivered to us in boxes, and inside each box, there is 6 bags. These paper bags contain the basic ingredients. It's written on my shirt, but it's silica, sand, soda ash, and lime, essentially, the 3 basic ingredients of glass. The glass that we are melting here is a high-end glass specifically formulated for offhand glass blowing, so the process that you see in front of you today. We will let this furnace bake overnight. About every hour or so, we're throwing 2 boxes worth of glass. And overnight, it bakes. Again, tomorrow morning, that glass should be excellent, ready to be used and transformed into some sculptures. So the glass that we use here, the basic ingredient, the silica, is being mined from a quartz mountain out in Spruce Pine, North Carolina. They have been mining this mountain for generations, and there's a very rich history in glass making in that small town. If you go on Google Earth and you Google Spruce Pine, North Carolina, you can visually see the quartz mountain that they are mining. We got I've already dropped one of those, and I felt super bad. Can't even tell. I don't think anybody noticed. Ooh, how do we color the glass? So around here we have color bar. We add different metals to clear glass to create color. So if you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite color? Green glass, yeah. So to create green glass, we can add chromium or iron, even rust. Maybe to create blue glass, we can add cobalt. If if we use red and pink and it looks good, if you like the red and pink, we use gold to make it. The most beautiful red and pink glass you've ever seen have always been made by adding gold to it, gold oxide. So we buy our color in a bar form. Depending on what we're making, we can use an inch or we can use several inches. It's up to our artists to decide how dense that color layer should be. We could make blue color here at the museum, however. We could take our furnace on the right, add some cobalt, and we'd be stuck with blue glass. I'm okay with blue glass. I like blue glass, but like I said, I don't know about our rest of the team. For that reason, we only melt clear glass so we can use all the colors of the rainbow, and most color is made outside of the United States for various reasons. Now I believe the team is almost ready to put this piece away. When we look at the history of glass making, melting sand into glass, that was easy. Even the Egyptians mastered that process. Now, what's the difficult part was preventing it from breaking and cracking. And again, even the Egyptians struggled with that part. They would bury their glass in hot sand, hoping that it didn't break or crack. But nowadays, we know better. So there's a mathematical formula that's used to determine its length inside of a cooling oven. It's the ambient temperature that's going to shock the molecules of the glass into breaking. It's going to get too cold too quickly. For that reason, we have annealers. We have annealers all around the studio. These ovens are sitting at 890 degrees, so about double the temperature of what Papa Murphy's recommends you should bake their pizzas at. Either way, these ovens will slowly climb back to room temperature over the period of 10 days. And we have logs of information about the past pieces that were annealed here in our studio. So we keep record of these thick sculptures that are made here at the museum. And then telescope glass. Telescope glass is so thick that it takes about 3 weeks to anneal. Like the Subaru telescope that was annealed for 3 weeks and then worked on for 3 additional months to polish the glass. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions? Right now will be a good time. If not, we are going to transition over to working with something else because unfortunately we don't have enough time to make one of these large sculptures. However, I believe we will be seeing a more traditional way of working with glass. Tag me in, coach. Well, the last step is to anneal our finished sculpture. Now, we have a specific annealer we use for these long cycles. Once again, this piece will stay in a controlled environment for about 10 days before it's brought out. Well, that was a fantastic sculpture. That does conclude our giant spheres of the day. That was our 5th one of the day, and we put 4 of them away. 1 sphere went back to the furnace and is being remelted and will be utilized in a future piece. But can we give a round of applause to our visiting artists and also the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? So unfortunately, we only have about 20 minutes left in our demonstration. So I believe we are just going to be shutting down. And we have enough time to be making some smaller sculptures, so some traditional glass making. Oh yeah, we have 20 minutes for sure. Let's go ahead and utilize all our time here at the museum. We're going to be transitioning over to some more traditional glass making. We do just need a few minutes to transition over. We use different tools for different projects. They vary in size, but also the maker of them. Now here in the Pacific Northwest, we are a melting pot of all these different traditions of glass blowing. I am going to get a pair of shears so we can kind of begin to understand the differences there is among all these different traditions of glass blowing. But really here in our Pacific Northwest area, we see a blend of different styles, including Italian, which we are heavily influenced, but we also see Swedish and Czech style